Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vladimir Voloshin. I'm managing partner at Newman Sport and co-founder of Hotsport, Ironstar, and Rosaran. I'm going to moderate our today's discussion, Sport in Constrained Conditions. The year 2020 was no easy. The need to wear masks and cancel mass events forced us to reconsider our approach to sports. But it turned out that even under conditions of restrictions, it is possible to conduct training and competitions, and to do so for the benefit of people and society. How sports projects adapted to restrictions and what findings from the lockdown period can be taken with you into the future, we will discuss those issues with the speakers of the section. Before introducing our wonderful speakers to you, I'd like to tell you important housekeeping issues. Please make sure you use the chat function. Use the chat function to pose questions, to communicate with other participants to this wonderful event. In order to see the chat, please push the button comments in the corner of the broadcasting window. Besides, you're going to have 3 reaction buttons to the right of the broadcasting window to express your attitude to the presentations and conclusions. Besides, after each session, you'll have an opportunity to join our Zoom room discussion, to have a face-to-face discussion with the speakers. You'll get a special button in order to do that. And now let me introduce to you our speakers today. Mr. Alexander Gordievsky, Director of Tomsk Marathon Yarche, Brighter. Alexander Doronina, Running Brand Lead from Nike. Anton Kumov, Deputy Head of Institute of Computer Technologies at Southern Federal University, Head of IT Running Event Series. And Tatiana Hizhnikova, Vice President of Association Special People and Head of Project Special Sports. And we're going to start with Mr. Anton Kumov, who joined us from Taganrog. Anton, can you hear us? Can you see us? Yes, good day, ladies and gentlemen. Good day, Vladimir. Warm welcome from Taganrog. We have wonderful weather for sports. And let me tell you a few words about the projects that we currently implement jointly with the students and partners and graduates. That was born indeed in Taganrog and became one of the signature projects in sports. May I have my presentation on the screen, please, so that I can illustrate it with my slides? Thank you. Probably you ask yourself why we are called IT Run. Well, number one, Taganrog is 6th in the world in terms of number of IT projects realized. We're compared against London. We have every 47 resident working in IT sphere compared to every 116 in London. We have 1,400 IT companies and freelancers working for us, and they have this sedentary lifestyle, and we need to increase their activity, physical activity, to prevent the sedentary lifestyle. So we came up with this project, and since the year 2018, we started to realize it. Before the pandemic, we managed to have 3 runs. In the year 2018, we had our first run on the territory of Taganrog. in the historic part, the downtown of Taganrog. In 2019, we had a run on an airport, of a military airport. And the peculiarity feature was that we were accompanied by military planes. And in the year 2019, we finalized our project by a run in night park, and we expect it to continue in the year 2020. And thanks to the support from Vladimir Potanin Foundation, we planned for a run across wonderful places of Taganrog, but we couldn't do it, so we had to go online. We had an online run. And actually, it was very interesting. We counted that other regions will participate, just 3 of them, but then we were joined by other federal regions, in particular from the far eastern federal region of the Russian Federation. And we sent them the medals, and our medals are in form of puzzles. In the year 2018 and 2019, we create a special motivation through making these medals in the form of puzzles. Our project is also a charitable project. All the funds that we collect, the payments for participating in our events, are subsequently sent over to the endowment fund of our university, obviously apart from the commissions and fees. I think this sending of funds to the endowment fund is very interesting, and thanks to our participants, we managed to even create stipends for machine learning, program software engineering, and entrepreneurship. Our plan for the year 2021 is to have an offline run. We're currently in the process of negotiations with one of the major enterprises situated in the territory of Taganrog, and probably we're going to run through one of the plants. Well, to be confirmed and announced later after the period of negotiations is over. Our participants point out that despite the fact that we did have the challenges of the pandemic, despite all the restrictions, the campaign kept developing. Our running project became a trigger. Before that project, we didn't look at running as a way to achieve active lifestyle, and now we have emergence of running clubs. Some of them attract amateur coaches, others attract professional coaches. So hopefully in the year 2021, we're going to have 150% of our projects realized and will attract amateurs and professionals into the project. We do not limit ourselves to the students and graduates of our university and IT company specialists, but anybody who loves running in Taganrog. Thank you. Thank you, Anton. Thank you very much. This was a very bright and interesting presentation, and I have a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind. So, what are the minuses and unexpected benefits, constraints created for you as an organizer of a traditional offline run? Well, the minus was that when we had to go online, we expected to spend less effort on that, but in fact, it was quite on the contrary. It turned out it's more difficult to organize online event because you have to track, you have to verify, you have to interact with courier companies, you have everything provided to our participants. When we have it offline, then it's much easier. But still, we're attracting new participants, and online allowed us to expand on the numbers of runners and attract attention to our project from other federal districts. Do I get it right that right now you not only have students from Taganrog, but other regions participating in your runs? So what is the geography? Well, we have Krasnodar, Rostov-on-Don, our neighbors, We also have active participation from an engineering city in Rostov region of Novocherkassk. We also sent our medals to Irkutsk, Moscow, St. Petersburg. These are the places where our graduates travel for work. Our graduates have this idea that they go on business trip and they run there. And if they're there, we send them the medals and we include this city into the geography. So thanks to the pandemic, your project became federal. Well, probably. Well, we are a federal university, right? So all our projects are federal by definition. But we do hope that this year will attract even more participants to our wonderful running initiative. By way of long-term outlook, participants to the running get to know about the tools of endowment fund and they start to treat charity in the sphere of research and technology and education in a different way. We managed to convince IT company management that this is an important thing, and we are now in the process of forming endowment fund to support science and tech, to support not just the university but also schools and colleges and others who develop IT technologies. And what is the total amount that you managed to collect in the process of IT run and they were sent over to stipends? In total, we collected around 600,000 rubles. These are for federal programs. Our starting sum is very low, but it is enough to illustrate what endowment fund is all about. When we mentioned that we're going to use this monies for charity, the reaction was a bit controversial, so we decided to go for smaller sums, but now we are going to increase on our fundraising. But this is thanks to the projects that we've been doing in our university. In the course of your presentation, you mentioned that you got support from Vladimir Potanin Foundation. What was that? And do you plan to keep working with this foundation further? Would you recommend other institutions to work with this foundation? Oh, I do. I do recommend to interact with Vladimir Potanin Foundation. I'm currently studying at a program, joint program of Moscow School of Management, Skolkovo, and Vladimir Potanin Foundation. Within the framework of this project, we were given grants to realize our project, and it's a great source of finance. We also got funding from endowment fund of the university and other universities. So the endowment fund, the foundation, Vladimir Potanin Foundation became the basis for financial support of our project. And my last question, is it difficult to attract grants and to go in for this? Well, it's actually difficult to apply to get to know that you need to apply for grants, but I do recommend to do that. Do apply for grants to attract funding for your projects. Thanks to the fact that we started to use grants, we know of a program to celebrate of Taganrog founded by Peter the Great. So we're now part of city and regional program, and we're being supported on the regional and city level. So don't you be afraid. You go ahead and run for the grants. Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anton, for your insightful presentation. And our next expert is Mr. Alexander Gordievsky, director of Tomsk Marathon Yarche, and a certified coach and businessman who left business to develop amateur and mass sports in his region. And he's also manager of online school of running. He actually started practicing online before the pandemic. So when the lockdown occurred, he just continued and even strengthened the things that he started to use earlier. His vast experience of mentorship and his potential as a researcher was effectively used to organize his work differently. One other thing to mention here is that Tomsk is the only city in Russia that is not offline at all, and Tomsk Marathon kept working just online, supporting its participants. Alexander, the floor is yours. Good day. Thank you very much for this wonderful introduction. Good day, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Well, indeed, since the year 2016, I organized my own school of running. Initially, it was an online school of running. We work at Stamenity platform. I also work at Training Peaks platform with some of my students, but Stamenity for my students is it's more valuable. So why online? Let me explain it. I graduated from Physical Culture Department of Tomsk State University, and right now I'm doing graduate studies in the same university. And the training process is better for those who came not for the sake of records, not for some kind of big achievements. They came when they were already to sports, when they were already mature in order to preserve their health and to get additional motivation to live a healthy lifestyle and realize their day-to-day goals. They are busy people. They are not prepared to get together in a particular time and space and get tied to a particular coach, but they do want to train. So that's why we decided to create this online platform. I developed the training program, and the only prerequisite is to have a the watch that can follow your pulse, so that we estimate how you work. I tried offline training process as well, but it's like an ECG of a person with infection. You know, when a lot of people come on one class and the next class is almost zero in terms of participants, and you have to pay for stadium anyway. So it's a bit unpredictable. Hence, the online format became so extra popular. And from the offline spikes of interest and lack of interest, unlike that, we have a very stable way of online trainings, very much like a stable pulse of a good sportsman. And none of the trainees go away. They started to achieve specific results. People aged 48 and all the way to 60 years of age run their first marathons, and they regularly run marathons with great pleasure. And we have this motto that you need to finish with a smile, to the extent that you can even go to a disco right after the marathon and dance through the night. I mean, online was not something new to us in the lockdown period, and our Tomsk Marathon and the sports community, when we encountered the pandemic, we just took a decision to make things happen in online. Just for your general understanding, we had our first marathon in the year 2018 in Tomsk. The distances are 42.2, the classic marathon, the half marathon, and also 5-kilometer runs and 10-kilometer runs. The first marathon attracted 2,500 runners. The second marathon was held in 2019, and we had 4,500 runners participating in it. Currently, we are in a top 3 in terms of marathon results, in terms of time of our runners. All the elite sportsmen ran with us, like Iskander Yedgarov, Stepan Keselov, Yuri Chechin, Alexei Troshkin, and on and on. The list goes on and on and on. of our star runners. So one of experts in sports business, Vladimir Voloshin, rightly mentioned a year ago, slightly more than a year ago, he said that we are probably the one of the fastest growing marathons in this country and the fastest growing running community in this country. So was this as our background? We were getting ready for the marathon 2020, and our KPI was set at 7,500 runners. But then the pandemic occurred, and it all changed. So, what we managed to do in the course of the pandemic, we organized the first full-scale online run. It was called Grand Prix I'm the A guy, like A student, and we had 1,500 participants. It was May of the year 2020. We never expected anything like that because it was a prepaid online run, and we had 1,500 participants from all over the globe. We had very strict rules. It's a marathon that you run in 5 weeks. We had very strict time window. It's not like wherever you like, whenever you like. You had to use a time window of 4 hours, depending on time zone, obviously. And this became a true motivation. People treated it as a true competition. They had a very exact window, they had a specific target, they were supposed to share their results in a particular period of time. Unless you share your result in a particular period of time, you're disqualified. I mean, this was damn serious. And this created this spur for us to keep going. And all our events, like Vladimir rightly mentioned, we are the only city who never had any offline events through the year 2020, but we did have all our events in online. So what we got in the year 2020, we got an incremental base, the increment of 2 times. The number of participants increased 2 times. We never thought it could happen this fast. And the coverage is great. I guess people know us on big scale, and the geography span is broad. We also carried out a marketing research, and I published on it, being a graduate student. So in this survey, we looked at the attitudes of participants to online events versus offline events. We managed to do it in a short period of time. Let me highlight a couple of issues. Our first survey was carried out in March 2020, and 90% of the participants to the poll responded that they are against online events. It never occurred to people that they can participate in an online event. People were saying, I'm going to keep training, I'll never do it online, I'll go to competitions and all that. Then in May 2020, end of May, 95% of the respondents were positive about participating in online, from -90 to +95. That was quite impressive. One thing pointed out by all the participants to the poll, and one thing that we experienced ourselves, is that it is extremely important for the participants to feel that it's not just a game. It has to be really very, very lifelike, you know? It's not like I do whatever I want whenever I want, but I do whatever I am asked to, whatever I'm required to. And the experience of online school is that our experience of an online school got transferred to events. So this is Alexandra. We'll have to move on, but I do have a comment and a question for you. You know, you have to come to the market right on time, not too early, not too late. And what you did in Tomsk shows us that the market's readiness is something that you have to take into account. You cannot control the city, the municipal authorities, but you have an opportunity to give people this feeling of belonging and engagement, although online. I have a very brief question. I know that you have a lot of social activities, especially related to the fact that Tomsk is informal student capital of this country. More than 100,000 students get their training in higher educational institutions. So you, as organizer of Tomsk Marathon, how do you work with charity foundations and with the student community? Well, Tomsk is not just an informal, but the students' capital. It's a registered brand. We are the students' capital of the Russian Federation. Indeed, we initially, in the beginning of 2020, I spoke at a meeting, at a municipal authorities meeting, where we had a gathering of all higher educational institution deans, and we decided to create a students' league, like Ivy League, similar to Ivy League. So we wanted to attract students to systemic sports activities. The main goal was to have younger people attracted to us, like fresh blood. We wanted to attract students because I personally work a lot with students, and we had a sophomore students and other students, and I can see them engaged. You only need very smallish motivational activity in order to get them engaged. They're like kids, and you have to draw them in the right in the right direction. But then the pandemic started, and now, as of beginning of 2021, we created a higher educational institution competition. We already had two events, one on the 14th of February, the other on the 6th of March, and the third one is going to happen on the 11th of April, this Sunday. So within the framework of these events, it's totally free of charge for students of all the higher educational institutions. It consists of multiple activities, so you get points. Each higher educational institution gets points, and then we calculate the points, and then the award goes to a particular rector of a particular higher educational institution to be delivered by the governor, so the higher educational institutions will be really interested in participate. It's far from being easy. It's sometimes not really very rewarding. I mean, on behalf of the heads of higher educational institution, it's a paradigm shift for them. They're more for the elite sports, professional sports, and they try to mimic professional and elite sports without marked achievements. But they don't understand that in order for professional and elite sport to develop, we need to have amateur sports developed as well. You need to have it as a foundation. But the students already get engaged, and you have a feedback loop. One of the higher educational institutions decided not to participate in this third part of this event, and they said they didn't have enough sportsmen. But the students created a team in just one day, and they applied for participation in the third round. They didn't want to participate amongst top sportsmen. They want to compete against their peers, against their friends, to get the emotions, to get the awards. So this is the story where the participants do want to move forward. Exactly. Well, now I definitely want to come and visit Tomsk. I hopefully will manage to do it and support you at your offline events. Thank you. Got it in my calendar. Thank you. 16th of June. Great. Tomsk Traditional Marathon for amateurs, not professional runners, for 5:21 and 42.2 kilometers, right? Right. Okay. Great. Thank you very much, Alexander. And we go on with Tatiana Hizhnikova, Vice President of Association Special People and Head of Project Special Sports. Tatiana has a vast experience in organizing sports events for people on with ASD, from trampoline jumping to swimming and sports running. And they brought all the classes online. And what you're going to go into the future with. Good day, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, my name is Tatiana Hizhnikova, and we engage into sports events, people with mental disability, including ASD, autism spectrum disorder. Right. So how do I move the slide? Well, anyway, right, got it. Thank you. So for you to understand, every 54th child is diagnosed with ASD. The rate of growth of ASD people increases at 13% per year, and you have at least one person with ASD amongst your acquaintances. Very briefly, autism is a uh, a problem of communicative function, of unknown etiology, and sports is very important for these people because the characteristic defect, the deficiencies get to their benefit. So what we deal with is not setting record, but rather socializing of ASD children and other mental disability children, destigmatization of themselves and their families, and importantly, broadening the scope of skills of coaches and mentors prepared to work in this area. They're fantastic people, and I stand in awe before them, I have to admit. And importantly, we want autistic people to become part of sports community, not just in the region, but also countrywide. In actual fact, people with ISD can be quite successful in very different type of sports, especially the ones that are not where you do not require to read through social signals. Pair interaction and team interaction is also possible. It develops them and it increases their chances of social adaptation. So, what were the milestones of our project? The first thing we started off with was to go in for solo types of sports. Then, little by little, we started to let them participate in different competitions. Then, we introduced type of sports that presuppose certain social interaction, like karate or table tennis, where you do have a counterparty. After that, we started to have those kids getting titles, sports titles. We also included checkers and chess, and then we started to create camps. May I ask you to switch these to go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So we were almost ready to get to the team types of sports, but then the pandemic came and we had to go for online training. So what is the difficulty of having online trainings in this particular case? In ASD people, it's more about survival, because every break of routine is very difficult for them, and people lose their skills both physical and social skills very, very fast. They go out of fitness very, very abruptly, and it's a trying period for the family when an autistic person is, confined to a four-wall apartment. So we decided that we need to do something about it because it's about to stay for a while. So we started to retrain our coaches. And here we were very much helped by applied behavior analysis specialists, ABA specialists. They developed a protocol for our recipients to go from offline to online. It's social storytelling aspect that describes all aspects of this going from offline to online. So when our children saw the familiar faces of the coaches and the peers of their team, they started to feel comfortable about it. The main principles of our work is a visual prompts, very clear training regulation, and we had to have visual control. The coach has to control the whole group through Zoom and through a system of signals. If somebody lags behind or has a difficulty, they make a sign, and the coach will go to resolve the problem of this particular student. And most importantly, what we want to achieve is to sustain social interaction between our kids. We have a lot of students aged 10 to 33. The upper boundary is not there, in fact, because autism doesn't go away. You live with this through your life. Every event starts with a conversation and ends with a conversation. It's very supportive, and it allows to still have the contact between the student and the coach. Presently, the situation is the following. Out of 9 sports types that we practice with our children, 7 are successfully taught online. And we are planning to continue this practice. We're continuing development of this practice, even when hopefully all the lockdowns will go away, because the audience for online trainings will still be there. People who are not capable of moving around in the city and don't have a companion to accompany them, or people who cannot leave their house not because of lockdown but for other reasons related to their autistic spectrum disorder. Online allowed us to cover remote regions of our districts, far away rural areas where they don't have special adaptive sports practice. Last but not least, we started to train our trainers, our coaches. We had around 10 webinars with broad coverage and a lot of specialists joining us from all over the district. So online is with us forever, and it did enrich our project. With this, I thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tatiana. Thank you for this useful information and very important presentation. Last week, we had the global day of informing on autism, and I noticed that some sports channels actually mentioned that there are very famous sportsmen with ASD. Do you have students that have, professional and elite sports potential? Yes, we do. We actually do. They have certain special features. Most of them cannot go for Special Olympic Games or Paralympic Games. So they go with full-bodied athletes, which is difficult for them. They have to go with their peers without disabilities. The high prospect types of sports, quite unexpectedly, are jumps, trampoline jumps. We also have success in developing capoeira and karate and swimming as well. So hopefully some of our students will continue their professional sports education and get their training in sports colleges. Higher educational institution, well, we don't have too many of such precedents of an ASD person studying in a higher educational institution, but hopefully it will change. How you manage to find common ground with the sports facilities, like trampoline facilities or swimming pools, etc.? Actually, it's an interesting thing. When we just started, we initially we worked with trampoline jumps. We had a trampoline park suggestion to work with us, and they don't have, they don't have blinds. They just learned more about what we do, and they offered it themselves. Subsequently, we were joined by other sites. The young coaches are interested in that. It's a challenge, They want to be different. They want to stand out, and it's very rewarding. They take pleasure in communicating with our students. You don't have to talk them into doing it, the coaches. I mean, the initiative is not from us, but from the coaches as well. Great, great. We live in society of kind people, I always said. And if you see the opportunity to help each other, people are happy to do that. You have five sites in Yekaterinburg, right? Do you have affiliated organizations in other regions? And how would people who watch us today and may become your partners in the future, how do they do that? We don't have offline branch offices in any other cities, but we do have partners in other regions. We exchange experience, we train them. If necessary, we go to a new site and we carry out seminars and workshops for coaches. We will be more than happy to help us. Please follow us on Instagram, Kontakty, social network, and Facebook. We also have a website, specialsports.ru, and we'll be more than happy to have you joined into our online training. Thank you for touching on a very important issue. In your presentation, you mentioned that your students socialize pretty well with their peers. Do they have groups where they get training uh, with peers without mental disability? And do they, do they like it? Developing inclusive culture is one of the main objectives for development of our project. We do realize that not all students are going to go in for sports professionally, set records, etc. Most important thing for us is to have them socialized, introduced, and integrated into society. That's why we start by working with ABA specialists, coaches, and special tutors to adapt these students with just ASD peers, but ASD group is seen as a bridge to an inclusive group where you get adaptation amongst peers without mental disability, and they keep moving forward. Another important thing that you mentioned about coaches, we interact in Moscow. We interact with one of the foundations that works with children with hearing and visual impairment. So they attract leaders to interact with special groups of sportsmen, and we know how intensive this work is and how difficult it is to do. How do you manage to form the team of coaches, and what are the approaches that you use, and do you have a big churn of coaches? Our coaches work for a while with our children. People would start off when some of them, the youngest of our coach was 19 years of age. She was still a student, and since then, 4 years later, she's with us. The most important thing here is volunteership. A person needs to be willing to do it, take pleasure in it, and it has to have a fun component. Interestingly, most of our coaches have a second occupation related to working with special people. They are either a speech therapist or other correction specialists. So oftentimes a person that would start off as a sportsman, as a coach that already had a sports status, went on and continued and broadened their education in this direction, in the direction of working with people with special needs. Not only do we have retention of these coaches, obviously these classes change their lives, as witnessed by the fact that they get additional education. When you went online, did you have any second thoughts whether or not the students will keep going? Well, we actually were very, very much concerned because ASD people don't have abstract thinking as such. So going away from direct contact with the coach, eye-to-eye contact and tactile contact, when you can get corrected, the body movements can get corrected. Well, that was a big, big challenge for our kids. And we were very much afraid that they'll have difficulties in going online because online is really, it asks for abstract thinking. So let me reiterate, we did have to develop a special protocol developed by specialists in applied behavior analysis, ABA. In offline, we actually have specialists on ABA working as well. You have to fill in a lot of questionnaires. On the face of it, these are unexpected questionnaires, like what are the nice words like honey or sugar they would prefer, and questions like that. And thanks to ABA specialists, we did develop a social story that allowed us to transfer the attachment they had to coaches and to their peers right into the online format. To connect the real image of the coach with what they see on the screen. And we managed to do that. Not at once. We obviously had to go little by little. We started off with a very small number of students within a particular online training. Now we have up to six to eight students per group, and they manage to control, coaches manage to control them, and they interact with each other. So it works. It was a challenge, but we persevered and we managed to do that. I'd like to point out specifically that our students now know how to communicate online thanks to online coaches, and now they can operate the things that we take for granted, and for them it was a major leap forward. It's almost like conquering a mountain summit, the fact that they can now communicate in social network in Zoom and WhatsApp with their friends and their families, it is a true leap forward. Thank you very much. And now my last question, the way you interact with the foundations, what was the experience that you gained in the year 2020? Did you have support from the foundations in the year 2020? Despite the concerns and severity and problems of this year, we did have vast support from charitable foundations. Our partners demonstrated full understanding. Everybody could understand that going online is indeed very challenging and very, very important in this particular period of time. So in the year 2020, we did get 4 grants for special sports project, starting with major federal foundations and all the way to the Ministry of Sports of Sverdlovsk region. Hopefully this will persist because it's not going away, and it's going to increase even, I think. Because we are not having less of people with ISD, we're going to have more of people with ISD, and going from lockdown is not something that we can foresee in the very, very nearest future. Thank you. Thank you very much for this very kind and insightful presentation, for your expertise, for your time and effort that you expend together with a huge team working for this benefits. More than 170 sportsmen with mental disability get the regular trainings in Tatiana's project. And we move on, and our fourth speaker is Alexandra Doronina, running brand lead from Nike. She headed marketing program Play for the World Train at Home, and they managed to find an interesting way to organize activity for those who love sports. Alexandra, the floor is yours. Good day, dear friends. First and foremost, I'm happy to see you all. I'm happy to see our colleagues from all over the country, and I'll be more than happy to share my experience. And may I have my video, please? Thank you very much. Hopefully you loved our video. Just a couple of words of background for the pandemic. Everybody were kept at home and locked down all over the globe. Second issue that we faced as a company was the pre-Olympic Games period. The Summer Olympic Games is a sacred time for major sports brands, and all the plans for this period of time are formed 6 months or at least 3 months ahead of ahead of time. So when the pandemic hit, we encountered the situation that we had to change all our plans in just 1 week. In terms of the plans that we had and the goals that we set for ourselves, our key goals for the pandemic period. May I switch the slides, please? Yes, thank you. We as a brand had two stories, two positions. With the help of our platforms and our partners, the athletes, the bloggers, we wanted to keep our athletes staying healthy and keep training in the period of pandemic, and also create the feeling of one big family. We needed them to feel as a one big family, although they are locked down. Next slide, please. So we split our campaign into several periods, several phases. Phase number one was an intro campaign, was the key message that your apartment, your home is your playground. And apart from competing with yourself, you also compete with a lot of people all over the globe. And this is your chance to become the rock star, to really rock and demonstrate your skills and how cool you are and what you managed to achieve before the pandemic and through the pandemic. After announcing this campaign, we launched a challenge period. Each country was presented by an athlete. For us, it was Alexander Ovechkin, that was translated in all media channels, and you were supposed to repeat it in a particular period of time and demonstrate these repetitions. We had around 58 professional athletes participating in it for 6 weeks, and they were demonstrating what they can do and how to do it. And we had multiple examples where professional athletes lost to people from remote areas like Siberia or south of Russia or the Far East. They won over the professional athletes. Our second phase was about all kinds of physical activities. We have two sites where we work. It's Nike Box, the sports site in Gorky Park, where you have free of charge training sessions, and NikeMoscow.com is an announcement um, showcase where we give all the information, our news, and you can register to training sessions there. So we transferred it all online, from offline to online, almost all our sports events, all our formats and all our sport types. Next slide, please. And next one. Right, this one. Just for you to understand the way it worked, we had our announcements at NikeMoscow.com, and then you would go to a particular page of a particular event and a particular athlete. Next slide, please. And now just a couple of words about the formats and the sports types that we covered as a brand. Those were the classic functional training, running, and yoga. We also had special materials for kids to be referred to later. And also Friday nights specials, to keep this special attitude to Friday nights. So Instagram Live, the live sessions in Instagram, you can see here the figures of total number of our classes in 6 days of work, around 5 per day. We had around 5 sessions per day, and we managed to attract around 26 professional athletes. Thank you very much. Let me use this opportunity to thank them for their valuable support. They were all around the world. They were stuck in the countries where they had their camps, training camps, and they managed to support our community with their life hacks in the training process. Next slide, please. Next, we started to test certain platforms and audience inside Nike. It's Nike Training Club, NTC. And this was our core site. We had live broadcasting through YouTube, and they were broadcasted in YouTube, and we had great support from our audiences. And the true rock stars were our coaches. Thank you very much to them, because they kept their live sessions all through the pandemic and adapted those as much as possible to the things that you can use at home to go in for sports. Next slide, please. In terms of test audience, you probably agree that each platform is a different type of audience, and you interact it differently, and you have different response to your actions. This is our other social network, Contacti, live trainings. They were posing special questions on format, on trainings, on the additional equipment that one might need. And next slide, please. Yes. And let me tell a few words about certain categories, like football category. We're locked down, right? And you can't really use a football to play soccer in your apartment. But thanks to our major partners, football clubs, Zenit and Spartak, we created major programs for grown-ups and kids, adapted to any apartment size and any skills that are needed to be developed by footballers. And we also had a behind-the-scenes kind of format where professional soccer players demonstrated how they support the physical shape and stay fit, so that the young footballers can look at their role models and understand how to go with it. Next slide, please. Four programs, special programs, were on the 4th week of the pandemic, where we identified the interests of our our audiences and the type of activity that we need to introduce additionally to our program. Let me give you more information about that because definitely this was the key to our success in the course of Nike activity through the pandemic. Next slide, please. Most importantly, this was kids program. You all remember that you met your kids all over again in the pandemic, and it was variable in attitudes, and we had a lot of responses from parents in our materials and our social networks and forums. They mentioned that they want to have their kids doing something new, something active, and kids content was not abundant in the Russian internet. So jointly with our foundation and the academies and societies dealing with kids sports, we created special kids program, and it consisted of yoga, dancing, running, football, and 10 to 30 minutes of a length of session. Parents and kids mentioned that it was really very great and very helpful in, keeping the time, keeping serenity and tranquility in the course of the pandemic lockdown. Next slide, please. Next area was in the middle of the pandemic, where the level of anxiety was at its peak. We realized that we definitely need additional programs to combat stress and anxiety, all kinds of meditations and mindfulness practices, so as to break down on the anxieties. So here you can see the undersea programs for 10 types of yoga, which is cool for all kinds of ages and all levels. We are not all inborn yoga practitioners, right? And if you're a first timer, novice, you could do it with our program. We also had webinars on meditations, on various practices, and all kinds of ways to deal with anxiety and to go through sports in working with your anxiety. Next slide. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, Alexander. Let us summarize. Okay, may I ask to go to the last one slide? We definitely had a particular result. This one. So kids running and yoga grew as a sports community growth of 2 times. We integrate Zoom and YouTube as integral part of our training process. We also added audio formats, audio guided runs, so that you can listen to the to your partner for running or your coach for running. We do believe that challenges and online races have new life for wider audiences. People respond to it, and it works. It does work. Kids content for streaming platforms, and it still has potential for further development. So we now have a special business unit to deal with just that. We definitely noticed high NRC activity in the regions, and it turned out into Runners Friendly City program. It's now presented in 13 cities. Offline event hunger is indeed present. We have to admit people are waiting for it. And also, last but not least, you need to have awards in place so that you don't just face your sports mat, but you also see awards and you're rewarded for your effort. So online support pages, subscriptions to support our amateur athletes is important. Thank you. That will be all. Thank you very much, Alexander. That was really very interesting, a very interesting presentation. Great. We'll now have a number of reactions to our today's event. Let me thank all our participants, Alexander, Tatiana, and Anton, for participating in our today's event. We had a lot of interesting and important practical information. So what you were saying was on the targets for 63 participants of our webinar. 39 people are going to rush doing it, and let's do it. And 26 people had an insight from your presentation. Let me mention that today is an International Health Day, and it's great that we are together and we exchange our experience, and we are more than happy to join to the Zoom room to continue our discussions. We'll have 15 minutes to talk to all the experts. At this, I invite you to the Zoom room. Thank you. Please press the button in the new tab, and you'll have a choice of speakers to communicate at the Zoom conference. With this, I wish you sound health, stay safe, best of luck, and future victories. Thank you. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, we are so happy to keep going with our open dialogue on sport and the society. Our next session is very important for all of us. It's called Human Resources for Social Sport. When we're saying that best practices in inclusive sports and active recreational sports for citizens, it is important to see to it that we have enough of human resources to make it happen. So, do we have enough of such resources? Do we have enough of knowledgeable people capable of engaging new and new categories of residents of various cities and rural areas into sports? What is the experience? What goes right? What goes wrong? These are the topics of our today's discussion with our wonderful experts, and I'm going to introduce you to these experts, and I'm going to remind you how we're going to interact. And please make sure you do interact and express your reactions and pose your questions. So, we are having with us today the President of Special Olympic Games in Russia, Olga Slutsky, Head of Timchenko Fund, Igor Borodashov, Professor of University of Physical Culture, Mr. Yuseyev, and Senior Lecturer at Hagia Helle University of Applied Sciences, Marcus Arvaya. These are the speakers today, and you are going to learn about their experience. Let me remind you that we have a chat function. Please be active there. Please pose your questions. We'll make sure we either answer them right after the presentation or probably in the end of our today's session, or otherwise you can use the Zoom room function. I'm going to remind you later about the button to go to the Zoom room. We also have reaction buttons. If you feel that this is exactly the thing that you want to use right now, right here and now, or it is exactly on the target, it's just like you feel, or you have an insight, please use the reaction buttons. For example, if you have an insight and you discover that, this is how it works, then you have insight button for that. Don't forget to press it as well, because it's very, very rewarding for the speakers here. We are far away from each other, so it's very important to see and to make sure that what we are saying is of importance to the people on the other side of the screen. So please pose questions and don't go away, because the most interesting thing is the live interaction that you're going to have a chance for. And now I give the floor to Olga Slutsky, President of Special Olympic Games in Russia. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your kind invitation for this very important and valuable dialogue, albeit in online format, which we got so used to in the last year. I'm happy to start my presentation and tell you about the Special Olympic Games. Yesterday, in the first day of the forum, we had the head of Europe and Eurasia Special Olympic Games, David Evangelista, and he told the audience what Special Olympic Games is all about and answered a couple of questions. And yet I'm going to take a couple of minutes of your attention to once again reiterate and bring home what Special Olympic Games is all about. What is this global movement called Special Olympic Games? So, the Special Olympic Games is a global charitable organization that develops its program in 190 countries across the globe. This organization is 51 years already. More than 100,000 various sports events take place annually. They bring together 5,500 athletes with mental disabilities. In Russia, Special Olympic Games have been present for more than 20 years. In 2019, I was picked for this very important role of being a president of Special Olympic Games in Russia. And my vision of developing this movement inside the Russian Federation is very much in line with the international vision. It is very much in unison with what we are going to discuss today with other speakers at the session. So, what are we discussing? We are saying that people of various needs need to feel part of the society, need to be part of the community, and live their lives just as their peers without disability, to live a happy life and a fruitful life. But they need assistance to do that. In order to assist them, we need specialists. We work in the area of physical culture and sports, and we can definitely see that in order to make it happen, in order to have our global plans come to fruition, we definitely lack specialists. This I mentioned already. A couple of words about Russia. Our program in Russia includes 128,000 athletes with mental disabilities. With 2,800 unified partners, these are pairs of sportsmen with and without mental disability who participate in competitions jointly. It's a very, very important thing. This is what you call inclusion, the inclusive culture that all of us need so much, that all of us are trying to promote daily in our day to day life in this country. We have representative offices in 62 regions of Russia. We hold more than 5,000 events annually. Just a couple of bright images of how it looks and how great it is for us and how joyful we are. We managed to fulfill the dream of 20 years, the dream of all athletes and the movement of Special Olympic Games for 20 years. We now have the right and the privilege to have World Winter Special Olympic Games in January 2022 in Kazan, Tatarstan. The World Winter and Summer Special Olympic Games follow the principle of the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games, and they are the basis for physical culture activity of the participants to the movement. This is a hymn to inclusion, celebrating the inclusion, and this celebration of inclusion is about to arrive to this country. And we do hope to see you all there. We expect to have 3,000 sports delegates, 2,000 family members and friends. Let me point out that it's very typical for families to join all the sportsmen at the event. It's a family kind of event when families are very, very supportive of their athletes. It's a celebration. It's truly a celebration for the whole family. It's their achievement. To have someone in their family with mental disability has committed to something of this scale and managed to have a victory over the circumstances, and you can't go without family and community here. We're expecting more than 1,000 representatives of mass media from all over the world, 2,000 of honorable guests. We are supported by a lobby in the best sense of the word. And it's really important to have this Special Olympic Games movement to be visible and to keep developing. We expect a record number of players to participate in the games. We have here participation of 110 countries. It's maximum for National Winter World Games. We count on 104 delegations, 104 countries representation, which is a lot as well. Yeah, there we go. This is my next slide. So what are the main objectives? Sports as a way to help adults and children with mental disability to adapt to life and become full swing part of the society, and also help the society to uh, get understanding of these families and the special needs of these people and include them into the society. Sports is there to create the atmosphere of joy and kindness, uh, toppling the barriers and conventions. According to statistics, at this point, we have 11 million people with disability and 680 children with disability. Unlike adult disability that goes down and we have this trend, the children disability unfortunately goes up on average by 20,000 people per annum. Most of children disabilities have to do with mental disability, with intellectual disability. So they are experiencing challenges in this area. Today, we see 62 higher educational institutions for physical culture who prepare human resources to be coaches of adaptive sports. But with our scale and the way we work, we understand that we definitely need new trainers, new specialists, and coaches to train our uh, uh, children with special needs. We had those discussions with Vladimir Potanin Foundation. We want to grow the numbers of higher educational institutions and special programs devoted to preparing the coaches who are prepared and who love to work with people with mental disabilities. As of today, we developed a program jointly with Powolzhey State Academy on Physical Culture, Sport and Tourism. With the support of Vladimir Potanin Foundation, let me use this opportunity to thank the foundation once again, we developed a strategy, an educational strategy that we want to roll out to the higher educational institutions who are ready to work with us and cooperate with us and who are willing to prepare specialists in our area. Here you can see, I'm not going to take your time. Here you can see the number of workshops that we had online during the pandemic, what is unified leadership and what is unified sports. But I want to demonstrate to you this very interesting program that we only just began jointly with the Foundation of Education Support called Noosphere. It's a comprehensive program for neuropsychological and information support for families with mental disabilities. Should you be interested, we'll be more than happy to share these slides with you because it is very important to prepare the families, the parents. The families and parents need to be ready to help, to support their child, to be part of the community, to be part of society, be socially accepted. And it is another important part of our educational programs. And just a couple of examples of what we do, what World Olympic Games, Special Olympic Games does. It gives us the guidance on 3 stages of educating and continuous professional development of coaches to work with special needs athletes. We have all the necessary support, just to give you a couple of examples of what is being done in Europe. These are the programs that they have in terms of education. And obviously, SONA, our North American colleagues, do a lot to prepare coaches or continuously develop skills of coaches working with people with mental disabilities. They are more than happy to share their experience with Russia. We work in close contact with them. We have full full mutual understanding, and we are willing to, and we're prepared to help create the coach human resources to work with people with special athletes. This will be all. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. I have a lot of more things to say, but I'll be happy to share this with those who join me in Zoom. We already have questions for you, very special and very precise. So I suggest that you take these questions. Mr. Dmitry Shalimov, please post this question in the Zoom room. And we already have a request for the presentation. They want to click through all the links and to have a look at what colleagues from abroad do. And now I now give the floor to the head of Timchenko Foundation program, Mr. Igor Borodachov. Even those of you who are not connected with sports program, they have heard of sledge hockey, right? So it would be really interesting to learn what were the milestones of this project and what you do to prepare human resources for social sports. Good day. Thank you very much for this introduction. I'm very happy to be part of this wonderful event, and I'm going to share very brief presentation about our experience in organizing sports social events. I'm going to share with you the experience of three cases related to our projects. Case number one has to do with the following. Generally speaking, all the programs I'm involved with are based on 4 planets, and none of social sports project can work without that. First planet is motivation planet. If you don't have motivation, if an athlete, a child doesn't have motivation, it doesn't work. You also need a planet of infrastructure, planet of education, and a planet of competitions. So if you only just begin dealing with social sports projects, you either have to go comprehensively and include all the 4 aspects I mentioned above, or to do something really interesting and bright around motivation or infrastructure or education or competition. I've been involved in 4 types of sports, and these are the 6 types of sports that our foundation supports, with a special accent made on children and those living in remote areas of this country. As far as the hockey case, called Kind Ice, here we work along 4 lines: the infrastructure, grant competition to support hockey teams and to provide the equipment, because equipment is obviously pretty expensive if we're talking about hockey. Organization of competitions, tournaments, festivals, family training sessions, and I'm going to amplify on that, as well as all kinds of special projects aimed at developing motivation of parents to go to sledge hockey, ice hockey, chess, and the like. So this is what we have in our portfolio within the framework of the Kind Ice project. We can't go without education component, obviously. What you see on the left is the timeline, and we tried various formats, various models. We started off by working with a very well-known sports universities, and later on, Mr. Yevseyev is going to tell you about University of Physical Culture named after Leskov. We continue working in continuous skill development, but it looks like what we need is less of sports methodology. It's more of other aspects. We tried innovative programs with Povology Academy, Far East Academy, and last year looks like the pandemic actually helped us. We accelerated our system of remote learning. This program of remote learning allows us to cover the coaches who do not live in federal centers and who do not have the opportunity to come to our offline programs to Moscow, St. Petersburg, and Kazan. So now we have remote learning for them in all kinds of one-time events and full-scale programs and a unique remote learning program, and around 100 people participate in this. And you can see here the breakdown of our program. And those of you who work in higher education, you can see that the choice and the percentages of blocks is very much different from what you regularly do to prepare a coach for a particular sport. If you're interested, I'm more than happy to share all this information so that you can readily use it in your day-to-day job. In working with higher educational institutions, we arrived at the fact that currently we have 3 innovative projects, and it's not just us calling those innovative products, but also it's called so by our partners who use those programs for their clubs, chess clubs, hockey clubs. First one is the remote learning system that I mentioned above. For kids and their parents, we came up with an automated, gamified system called IST, translated as Stork. We have scores there that can be transferred into tickets to hockey games, other competitions, and souvenirs, and hockey testing system. The third point that professional hockey clubs got interested in as well, and they are now using it at the high professional elite sports level. They're saying it's a lovely product that allows to work as a coach. Here you can see bright examples, our coaches, what they say about getting through the training, and we also see the list of our partners here: medical educational institutions, physical culture institutions, Center of Sports Management at Moscow State University, the High School of Economic, the Research Institute, our colleagues from North America and Europe. It's great that Marcus Avai is going to speak to us today, because Hage Helia readily shared with us their methodology in terms of children's psychology. And that was extremely important, because it's actually very interesting to see the differences between the way we prepare coaches here in this country and in Finland. We have analyzed a couple of local Russian platforms, and both in terms of customer focus and convenience, we decided to go with TeachBase. So we use TeachBase as a platform. Another course that was mentioned by our moderator today, Ms. Kelevina, it is very well known. Back in 2012, Timchenko Foundation initiated creating a sledge hockey team, first kids sledge hockey teams. For quite a while, we were the only people in this type of adaptive hockey. Today, we have a specialized organization that is dealing with adaptive hockey. It's called Children's Sledge Hockey League, and they accumulate all the methodologies that is not just for sledge hockey, it's also for visually impaired hockey, which is very new to this country, and also the type of hockey that is not part of Special Olympic Games, but is something that we can discuss with Olga, and probably as a legacy to the Special Olympic Games of Kazan. This would become as part of Special Olympic Games as well. Here you can see all kinds of formats that we make use of, the theory and methodology of preparing specialists in adaptive hockey, because none of the sports educational institutions prepares and trains those, and we just attract hockey coaches, trainers, and make it happen, and use their expertise and also the expertise of our European colleagues and North American colleagues. Another important aspect is programs for parents. It's one thing to train the trainer, but if mom or dad doesn't understand the specifics of this type of sports, they don't understand the physiology and peculiar features of how sports is about to impact a special child, and how to go about nutrition and about regular training sessions. Well, you can't go much further. In order to develop special sports, you also need to invest into team coordinators and managers, because it's either the coach or a special assistant from parents or from anybody else, the non-for-profit sector supportive of this whole thing. They need to take up sports management, but it's something very special. You have to be trained to do that. You need to train people to be sports manager. You can also see here that apart from training programs, we also have a lot of publishing activities for uh, uh, managers, coordinators, for coaches, and for families. Like how to go about picking the equipment. Sometimes it's you know puts the parents in a difficult situation. We also create Chess Federation of Russia, a project for chess education. We do it in 16 regions in a primary school. And here we make a special accent on preparing teachers, primary school teachers, so that rather than being just a primary school teacher, they can also teach chess. We expend a lot of effort to come up with something really creative to integrate it into, say, such subjects as mathematics. Well, it's clearly easy to do, but how about environment studies or fine arts studies? It's challenging, but then you get people, you get the kids interested in chess, and it becomes an integral part of their education and culture. With this, I would finish my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. And the motto that I work with has to do with the fact that we constantly develop the skills of our coaches so that every child has an opportunity to go in for sport irrespective of where this child lives and the income of the family and the house of this child. Thank you, Igor. And let me remind our participants, our audience, that you have an opportunity to pose questions and to leave their comments in the chat. And I can see that there is a communication going between those listening to us and the speakers. Please use this opportunity. Obviously, not only our speakers are the holders of expertise, but also the people behind the screens. I can see questions addressed to specific speakers, so I suggest that you ask those questions in the Zoom room. And there are also a couple of questions that refer to all the speakers. I'm going to post them later on. And let me remind you of the reactions buttons. And it's so pleasant to see that 40 people say that we rush to do it right here and now to participate in Special Olympic Games and try to understand how to um, participate in Timchenko Foundation programs. Please don't forget to share your insights, to respond to what you're hearing and what would you like to do right here and now and what's on the target. And our next speaker is the one who initiated adaptive physical culture and sports in this country, Mr. Sergei Yeseev, professor of University of Physical Culture named after Leskev. So, Sergei, the floor is yours. I'm sorry. Yes, perfect. We can hear you. Thank you. Once again, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this very important event. This year, last year rather, we celebrated 25th anniversary of the Department of Adaptive Physical Culture that I headed for this quarter of a century. And it was quite a challenge to develop adaptive sports. The psychological stereotypes were in place. When we were building a socialist community, there were certain negative aspects like uh, drug addiction, alcohol addiction, and everybody believed that this just is something that has to do with capitalism, and the planned economy just concealed concealed this whole situation. Unfortunately, this was not true. Let me give you an example. The official statistics on the number of disabled people was 3 times less. They never took into account of children with disability or uh, men who were injured in um, military action. They were getting their money from the Ministry of Military Ministry. So thus they try to demonstrate us that it is not something that we have. This is not part of our society. We close our eyes on this society. Quite on the contrary, everybody believed that it's the sport in the Russian Federation, in the Soviet Union. The sport is the main way to prove that our economy is the best economy. You can still hear me, right? Yes, we can still hear you, but we can't see you. Yes, it's okay. I'll get back to you. So sports was the way for us to prove the benefits of social way of life. So we have to deal with this. And interestingly, it's the Special Olympics International created the impetus to start and prepare human resources to work with people with disability. Officially, we didn't have any people with disabilities, so it was a bit difficult to promote. We started to. I participated in workshops in the Netherlands and Poland and US, and I studied how they prepare specialists in adaptive physical education. So, adaptive physical education and adaptive physical activity was what we did. And by activity, they meant sport and they meant recreation and education. That's where it all began. And we arrived at a very important conclusion that socialization, social adaptation is very much related to the social environment that a child comes in contact with. In medicine, you don't care where you take an MRI, right? Meanwhile, socialization is all about psychology, religion, psychological settings of where the child lives. It's a very important aspect that demonstrated that unfortunately we cannot just go ahead and take up the model from the United States of America directly. When they were preparing coaches and volunteers, they limited themselves to just 4-week courses. And we had such a segregation that you couldn't possibly uh, enter any special school without special education. So now we have a department and we have the third generation of educational courses for adaptive physical education. We have our bachelor degrees, master's degrees, continued skills development, and now in the free market conditions, we do a lot for continuous skills development. And let me highlight to you that CPDs are realized by educational institutions and they are prepared to adapt those programs to all the needs of particular practice. I participated in workshops on sledge hockey. Great. They're so great. It's great that you develop it. Unfortunately, before we started to develop children and youth sports, we only concentrated on Paralympic athletes. Great that you are going further. We have 14 educational institutions and 3 branches. We also have medical universities, pedagogic universities who prepare human resources. 1,500 specialists, up to 2,000 specialists graduate annually to work with people with disabilities. Our graduates work in social protection, in healthcare, and obviously in sports as well. Another aspect to mention here is that our educational institutions, we have around 150 to 200 graduates annually. Initially, the profiles and specializations were going from the nosologist for those with locomotor difficulties or mental difficulties, but it turned out to be unreasonable because it turns out that there are a lot of um, combined combined disabilities, like locomotor combined with visual impairments and hearing impairments. So now we go, rather from going from nosologists, we go for sports and adaptive physical education and locomotor recreation, like change of activities, with pleasure at the core of it. In sports, it's all about effort, it's all about tension, and there it's all about recreation. And we're not professional. We developed a qualification that starts working from the third junior title. We have 3,000 to 5,000 junior sportsman titles for children with disabilities. And by all means, this asks for continuous improvement. We moved across the country. We have a lot of orders for this kind of education. We are more than happy to respond to your requests. Sports as Normal Life program allows to prepare a specialist using federal budget, around 1,500 people. Right now, we have corresponding competitions. So if you wish to work in this environment, please go and get this education. And the Congress that we had last year was visited by 9,000 people. It's in the YouTube, you can have a look at it, but we are trying to have a broader view of it, of this challenge. And back to the outlook for the future, the sports for people with disabilities asks for special athlete classification, not just Wechsler scale, but also Violent scale. So we definitely have less of such people as those who participate in the Special Olympic Games, but hopefully the Convention on the Rights of the Disabled People will only be realized in case we have mutually aligned activities of all the cultures, the Special Olympic Games and the Federation for Sports of People with Mental Disability. We signed this memorandum of understanding back in 2014. It means that you can go both ways. If you just confine yourself to Special Olympic Games, there are a lot of nuances. You cannot go in for traditional sports. And here we are more than ready to interact and we are pretty sure that we work for the benefit of the same people. You're all about joy and happiness. We are all about sports, but we're working with the same children, and children can be both in both areas, in Special Olympics and in elite sport. We have human reserves. We have bachelor and master's programs. We train and retrain resources. So the fact that we are here together in open dialogue will create an impetus to continue this interaction for the benefit of our children, so that mentally disabled children are integrated and enjoy the inclusion of the society just like everybody else in the society. Thank you. Thank you very much. So great that you are so optimistic. You demonstrated the vast ground covered by your programs in this 25 years, and it's great to here. Before giving the floor to our next speaker, let me uncover the surprise why Sergey gets calls so often. And this is thanks to your students. Sergey has his birthday today. Congratulations! It's great. We feel so privileged that you share this special day with us today. So let me wish you sound health and best of luck in the important things that you do, including cooperation with those who are involved in this important topic. And thank you to those who post their reactions. You can see the reactions right here. Please don't forget to respond and express your reactions, dear colleagues, dear participants. Don't forget to post comments and questions. It's very helpful. It is going to help us to structure the information and send you the information that is going to be of interest and of benefit to those whose life we are trying to change. And right now, we're in for a speaker from Finland. So please make sure you have activated the translation function. If you don't speak English, please select the Russian channel, the Russian track, and listen to the Russian track. Oh, you don't have to. Okay, you're going to get whichever channel is needed. Okay, anyway, I'm giving the floor to Marcus Avai, Senior Lecturer at Hage Henlea University of Applied Sciences, a member of the boards of Society of Sports Psychology. Marcus, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And first of all, it's a great honor to be here today. It's a really important topic, and I strongly feel and I know that sports can be a really good tool to develop and help kids and youth for good values, fairness, and teamwork and life skills, just to mention a few. So let's see if I can work with this PowerPoint presentation. Yeah, there we go. All right. So today I'm going to talk about coach education in Finland and what kind of a emphasis we have in sport education and coach education and approaches that we have taken. I believe that if we want to create a secure and motivating learning environment for our kids and help kids develop and create those good values, we need to really educate our coaches. And in Finland, we have had during the last years a strong emphasis on interpersonal and interpersonal skills. We feel that it's really important for coaches to, if you think about those interpersonal skills, to increase their self-awareness, that they understand who they are, what are their values, what are their strengths and development areas, and how they can manage emotions and cope with different challenges, and also interpersonal skills. So meaning that they, through their studies, they develop their active listening skills, communication skills, collaboration skills. I personally feel that those are much more important skills than even the technical and tactical skills are important, but nowadays we have realized that those intra and interpersonal skills are really much needed in today's coaching work. And then the second, the athlete-centered coaching philosophies is something that we put strong emphasis on. So it means that we really try to find out and get to know each individual that we are working with, who they are and where they come from and what kind of needs and special needs they have. And today I'll I'll talk about a little bit more about this athlete-centered coaching philosophy and why we feel in our coach education that it's important. And then the third one is value-based approach in coaching and teaching. So really making sure that our coaches, that they understand what kind of values they have, what is important for them, and we start to work through that. Then this is the picture. I actually drew it yesterday, so hopefully it makes sense. But this is something that when we start our coach education, that we spend time with. So first one is important that like I said, that coaches understand why they are there. What's the purpose of them coaching? It could be that the purpose is that, okay, through coaching, maybe I can develop those important values with my athletes or different type of life skills that I know that if they develop those through sports, then they can use those later in their lives. And then the next question is what? Okay, what's the vision? If I know the purpose, what is the kind of the outcome? What is the vision there? What do we aim for? And then the third one is how? What is the action? And then those values that we have, then those values then guide that ship towards that vision. We know that in life there's a stormy weather sometimes and sometimes better weathers, but it's important that then those values that we have, those guide our ship towards the vision. And this is the same thing that what we use with our athletes and participants, that understanding why, and that motivates them to do certain things, and then what, and then how. Then one important thing when thinking about creating a safe environment for kids and motivating environment, that the one theory that we have used a lot is called self-determination theory. And according to this theory, and it's widely researched theory, there are three basic needs that needs to be fulfilled. And it's universal for all of us. So we all have a need to feel competent, need to feel autonomous, and need to feel that we belong. So basically then the coaches should really make sure that when they create the environment, that each individual feel competent, so they have a feeling that, hey, I'm good at what I'm doing. Then second one is autonomy, that you are able to make choices regarding your life and regarding different things within a framework. And then third one is that making sure that everyone has a feeling that they are important part of the group and there are people who actually really care about them. And then what the coach can do then is important, that you try to create healthy coach-athlete relationship. You try to be present really and really show interest towards each kid and youth, ask and listen and really give opportunities also for initiative taking. And then you can see the positive outcomes what comes after this. So better persistence, enjoyment, higher self-esteem, problem solving skills develops, and also overall well-being. So that's something that we really try to emphasize. And then about the athlete-centered coaching. So this is the philosophy that I mentioned. Basically what it is that athlete-centered coach really view players as a collection of individuals with individual needs. So really you try to take a personal interest in each one and try to get to know everyone who is participating in that environment, and really reinforcing values and morals through team goals, but also the coach's own actions. So the coach really acts as a role model. And what we try to do, again, creating motivating environment, is that you try to encourage creativity and problem solving and critical thinking, asking good questions, and giving gradually more and more responsibilities for athletes, so then they can learn to take responsibilities also in their own lives, and really try to develop the whole athlete physically, mentally, and socially. And then a little bit about this IceHeart model. Has been really successful model here in Finland. And this model uses team sports as a tool for engaging children with social work. So the model provides consistent long-term support for vulnerable children at the time where children with special needs and their families are often met by numerous professionals. So basically each team is led by a qualified mentor who supports the selected children at school, after school, and at home for 12 years. So there's a person who actually commits for 12 years with those kids. And we know that there are a lot of families who come from, or the kids who come from broken families. And I think this makes a big difference when they have an individual who really commits with them for next 12 years. So basically from kids, from childhood to adulthood. And the purpose of IceHeart is to prevent social exclusion, nurture social skills, and give children safe long-term adult support through stages of emotional development. And the overall philosophy is in that model is to support young people's development into confident and considerate team members. And approach is underpinned by a set of values aimed at providing equal opportunities to all children. And if you want to know more about it, there's a link over there. And here's actually the picture that kind of illustrates the whole process. So no one is left behind, and basically there are people from social services, from school, and especially this mentor who's there for 12 years, who's really looking after the kid. And as you can see, there's actually the expenses per year is around 50,000, but then the net savings, if we can, keep these children committed to this team, and is actually, they have estimated it to be 2.8 million. So really something that I have had chance to kind of to look how they develop, and it has had a big impact. And at the end, I just collected some studies about how we can use sports as a promoting positive youth development, and you can have a look at those if you wish. But thank you for listening, and hopefully I was able to kind of explain what we emphasize here in Finland when thinking about coach education, what kind of approaches we have taken, especially in Haaga-Helia, where I teach at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Markus. That was wonderful. Everybody who have been listening to you took pleasure in this broad view of how it works in Russia, how it works in Finland, what are the specific programs that unite all kinds of athletes and coaches and families, and how it works for various countries, which is great. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
We have oh, and Markus, you probably see it. The number of insights that people gained from your presentation is really record-setting. It's 82 insights, which is very impressive.
Thank you. I was glad if I was able to be helpful. Thanks.
Looks like you were really an inspiration to all those who listen to us. Okay, the first question I would like to ask all the participants to today's session to answer this question, including Markus. You probably are going to mention some international programs. So the question is this: are there any free of charge courses for coaches on adaptive of physical education? If, for example, you have base education in physical education or vast experience of working in particular type of sports, and this person is willing to channel the energy to become an adaptive coach, what would you recommend? Where to go to? What to do? Let me ask Olga to start answering this question. Well, first and foremost, Let me point out that the Special Olympic Games has all the webinars and training courses that are free of charge. This is the guiding principle of our work. At our website, you can regularly get information and announcement on when and how you can join us in our webinars. Like I said, the pandemic trained us to work online in form of webinars. And I suppose that as far as webinars go, it's actually a great support and it's very helpful. So do visit our website, have a look at the schedule of our webinars and get registered. Should you have any offers for cooperation, we're more than happy to look at it. We're happy for your to get your feedback and any suggestions. Thank you, Olga. Igor? Yes, as representative of Timchenko Foundation, let me invite you to participate in the products realized by our foundation jointly with our partners, this being the system of remote training of coaches for ice hockey and adaptive hockey. You can find this at the website of our program. Also, adaptive hockey, all the relevant information is at the website of Kids Sledge Hockey League. And if you wish to become a coach to develop a chess education, including adaptive chess, welcome to our chess federation. We also have training events for you. Mr. Yevseyev, you mentioned that you have education, bachelor degrees, master's degrees. If you could share it with us, please. So you can hear me now, right? By all means, I suggest that you go to our university website and there is a huge list of services. We have a license for educational activity and you get a certificate, a diploma for increased qualification and retraining up to 250 hours. Sport as norm of life is one of the programs that we have, and we have it online. We also have a lot of suggestions, offers, like internships, where you want to go in depth. It's paid for by the employer, and you can get all this information at the website of our university. Welcome. Thank you. If I may, let me intervene. Since we are preparing to our Kazan Special Olympic Games, at the website of the Special Olympic Games, World Winter Special Olympic Games, there is a registration button for volunteers. We're going to give them special education. I think it's interesting as well to try yourself, irrespective of your age, try and work as a volunteer. And this can be done. Please get registered to be a volunteer at our website. Marcus, any international programs or programs in Finland that you would like to draw our audience attention to for coaches or trainers?
The coaches are offered. Well, actually, it's a compulsory to take special education courses during their studies. But then we also offer, those are called elective studies, that you can participate. And also we have so-called free universities that if you are not inside the university, you can, with a quite small amount of money, to participate and take various courses. But that's the how it is in Finland. And I'm quite sure Olympic Committee also offers some education regarding the special education and athletic special needs.
Thank you very much. So now definitely have no doubts, and you definitely just need to go on and get to the course if you have the basic education of interest. And now we only have 1 minute to once again tell you that we have our chat, our comments. I can see communications and links and all that. And now you're going to see a button that would lead you to a special Zoom room to talk to our today's speakers so as to ask specific questions in person. With this, I'd like to close our meeting, and Marcus, see you at your Zoom room. Thank you, Olga, Igor, Sergey, and Marcus. Thank you. That was very positive and interesting. Great that we covered such ground, and great that we can learn some more. And great that the society of tomorrow in 5 and 10 years, thanks to you, is going to be kinder and more inclusive. Thank you. just Russian citizens, but international audiences into sports activities. In the LC, we have international presence today. Once again, my name is Vadim Kovalyev. I'm first Deputy Executive Director of the Managers Association and member of Public Chamber of the Russian Federation. And I'm more than happy to welcome here today the participants of our today's discussions. Natalia Belogolovtseva, director and founder of the All Russian Program for Comprehensive Personal Rehabilitation, League of Dreams or Ski of Dreams. We warmly and heartily applaud you at our today's event. We also have with us Daniel Anorva, professor at Guanajuato University, Mexico. Hello, Daniel.
Hello, how are you?
Yes, definitely. Thank you very much. We're so looking forward to your part of the presentation. It's great that you have this. We're going to have an international representation in our today's conference, and also we have with us today the Master of Sports and the silver medalist of the Olympic Games in Salt Lake City, a member of manager under the flag of Kindness, Mr. Ilya Averbuch, and we give warm and hearty applause to Ilya. Good day. It's great that we can participate and gain such a great coverage, not just in Russia, but globally. And a small housekeeping issue, please be active and please make sure you post questions and write comments. It's not like we just have a scenario in place and we're going to ask, prepared questions. We are more than happy to take your reactions on social networks and we'll be trying to ask most interesting questions. Let us start, and it's great that we now have an opportunity to go on directly to our agenda. We are going to discuss today the support of social sports and who supports it and how they do it, and what is the meaning behind investing in social projects in sports area, and why it is important to create endowment funds. What could be a balance between private and public investments into sports? These are the topics of our discussion with today's speakers. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to give the floor to Natalia Belogolovtseva, once again director and founder of the All Russian Program of Comprehensive Personal Rehabilitation, League of Dreams, or Ski of Dreams, one of the most well-known rehabilitation sports program with 110 centers working in 40 regions all over the country. So how do you manage to work at such a scale, and how you're making it sustainable thanks to endowment funds and other forms of interaction? Once again, good day. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very privileged to open this discussion today. I'll try to be very detailed, but not overly detailed. We are 7 years old and we're a leader in therapeutic sports, obviously in Russia, but most probably globally as well. The term therapeutic sport, unfortunately, is not well accepted in this Russian Federation, but but I keep promoting this terminology for around 5 years. And yesterday I had a meeting with the heads of the Medical Institute of the Russian Federation, and they believe that therapeutic sport is a very good way of reflecting what we do. And I love the social sport transcription by Vladimir Potanin Foundation, because it is reflective of what we need to invest into. Because mass sport is a bit unpersonalized, and social sports is much better in this way. Just a couple of words. I'm having a hard time. Yeah. Now. Okay, everything is okay. Great. So, what we do, our mission, we treat with sport, and we deal with people with all kinds of disabilities. We change their quality of life, and it's not just sport for the sport's sake. It's not sports for golden medals, although sometimes we do have golden medals. I'm going to refer to it later. It's sports for life, to talk, to know how to button and unbutton your clothes, to know how to use bottles, plastic bottles. So our task is to provide people with various disabilities a chance for life, for vital skills that is important for their living. The program is 7 years old, like I said. In 7 years, we realized that physical state of our members of the programs changes, and they get vitally important skills. They learn how to walk the stairs and how to zip their jackets and how to, be independent and autonomous and be autonomous parts of life. What happens with families of special people? Families get stronger because they get engaged into something pleasant, something that they do together, rather than staying at hospitals. They spend time at sports events and in parks, and it enriches their life. People with disabilities are accompanied by healthy siblings and extended family, moms and dads and brothers and sisters and aunts. And I know that a 63-year-old started roller skating and skiing, and we have a separate program for grannies and grandpas. So all the three generations become addicted to healthy, sporty lifestyle, and the dads get the place in all this environment. They don't feel it comfortable, to participate in all the medical aspects of interaction with the kids, but they start to go in for sports. They find their position in the life of their child. They start to go in for all kinds of sports like alpine skiing, etc. And you get into a special family, a vulnerable family, underprivileged family. You get into a regular family. And most importantly, special people, well-known actors, for example, they all want to be special. They make piercings. They color their hair in various colors. So you want to be special. And the special kids want the contrary. They want a regular life. Quite paradoxically, yes, ironically, absolutely. So why is it relevant? Believe it or not, according to World Health Organization, by the year 2030, around 30% of global population are going to be people with disability, with health issues. So we need to learn how to live with these people, live for these people. And also, I have my personal theory that these people come to our world to save our planet, because the amount of aggression in our world is so high, while special kids create sun and warmness around them. Not all of them, but some of them. And I do feel that this positive energy is here for a reason. It's here to save our planet. A dream league is where we do not go with different nosologies. We have kids with cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, visual impaired, hearing impaired, ASDs, genetic diseases, autoimmune diseases. The number of diagnoses keeps increasing, unfortunately. Year on year, week on week, I learned that there is a cat's scream syndrome, and plus post trauma and post stroke patients. They can go into our Dream League. The only prerequisite to participate in this program is to be able to stand with a support. If you cannot stand on your feet, that we cannot do anything. If you have a minimum support of your feet, even if you have spent most of your life in wheelchair, you can be part of our environment, so that they can feel happy and they can have a chance at this happiness. It all began with this guy. This is Yevgeny Belogolovtsev, the youngest son of myself and Sergei Belogolovtsev, and we looked at how they do alpine skiing. And when we tried it, and he has congenital heart disease and cerebral palsy, and it's easier to name the organ that is healthy. He has less of healthy organs, but he's a happy person. He's a host, a broadcasting host, and so we never planned to go in for charity. But all of a sudden, we realized that going in for alpine skiing using special equipment, you get a wonderful way of rehabilitation. And let me tell you, as a mother of this child, we found a magic wand. This equipment was used to give equal rights to people, and we wanted our child, our son, with a bag of diagnosis to be really, physically active and happy. So in the year 2014, we created this program, Ski of Your Dreams, and by January 2014, the special alpine skiing was started by 9 kids. 7 was cerebral palsy. One girl is totally blind. One guy with Down syndrome, and one person was ASD, autistic spectrum disorder. We created it, out of nothing, out of nowhere, without any kind of support, without any state support initially. But we had really, crazy guys, crazy in a good way, our volunteers who were happy to support us. And now our league is 40 regions of the Russian Federation. It's more than 8,000 participants. We're working from Murmansk to Kamchatka. We have 110 sites, including schools, rehabilitation centers, parks, skiing centers. From tiny sites, like a smallish orphanage on the borderline with Mongolia, where we opened our roller skating program, and all the way to Rosa Huta skiing resort, we work with them very successfully. If I may, I have a short question for you. So how can groups that have this initiative of representatives of companies join your project and support you and contribute to you? You actually are a bit ahead of me. It's dreamski.ru. I'm going to share this link with you. We are very interested in all kinds of help, and in fact, we are a free of charge social franchise. We created a special institution to prepare specialists, coaches. We created rules to launch this program anywhere in Moscow or in villages, wherever. It's easy to find us. We're open to all kinds of interaction. As of today, Dream League is a program for therapeutic alpine skiing, therapeutic roller sports. It's a unique Russian adaptive sports. It's something quite unique to Russia. People come back to Russia from abroad to participate in our program. I met several such families who came back from Europe to here because they feel it's needed. Their children need roller skating, adaptive roller skating. Team sports, water sports like kayaking, etc., climbing, anywhere where you use your spine actively, your legs actively. We experiment further with Alexei Kortnev and music group Underwood. We have a creativity program and we keep going in this direction. Most importantly, is the therapeutic value of all these things. This is the kind of equipment that we make use of. It's certified, it's patented. Actually, it's a thriller how we patented it. It's not that we wanted to fix down our copyright. We just didn't want it to be used for wrong reasons. We created a system of preparing instructors and coaches. They are unique. We have 800 such specialists in Russia, and this is really, really not enough. We only have 5 coaches in alpine skiing. Although it's well paid round the year task, occupation, we have more than 8,000 people who get in for sports. We would have had 80,000 rather than 8,000 should we have coaches. It's a serious challenge. People are not prepared to go and work with people with special needs. Although among our coaches, we have Alisa Aliyeva, a very famous skier, a kickboxing a champion, and people with names, real athletes with names come to us, and yet we feel we require more. To find people who are prepared to study our technology is really very difficult. They become certified. It's an occupation. So how it works? We work with rehabilitation centers and schools and any sports sites, parks, ski resorts. The girl in pink is Daria Sisaeva. She has cerebral palsy. She's totally blind. She has cerebrosis, so she's obviously she's not gaining sight. Miracle is not going to happen. By the way, the roller skaters that have a hearing impairment and vision impairment, they rush around, so that's great. And this ASD guy family says that we become family without ASD when we roller skate together as a family. We do not aspire to have sports achievements, but in March there was a special games at Krasnoyarsk for the people with disability, and half of them were graduates of our program. And I'd like to specifically mention, unfortunately, this photo is not very good. It's because our graduate, Daria Ilkova, who didn't know how to tie her shoes, how to lace up her shoes, and the level of her disability was only increasing. Initially, this girl with cerebral palsy didn't use any verticalizing standing gear, but now they had problems, and she started to use our techniques. And now this girl of 18 has won in the competitions in skiing. And this girl became a professional coach who coaches skiing to people without disability. She is a student of University of Physical Education, and she went through our coach courses. She has disability, yet she's a specialist who can help other people. This is so impressive. Absolutely. She had no future. Now she has vast future because she's planning to go to Rosafutra skiing resort, one of the best skiing resorts globally, and she'll easily find place anywhere. New life for her. This is our little star, Nadezhda Dragoner. She wins of full-body athletes. She's adopted. She's an adopted child. She was adopted in age 6. When they were taking her from the orphanage, people were saying that you'll never get her any future. I'm sorry, Natalia. Yes, 30 seconds. I just need 30 seconds. Katie Evdokimova, mom of a child, 3 kids, a single mother. She's our instructor. And we have a very important thing, relation with sustainable development goals. We work along 5 of the sustainable development goals, and we export our technology successfully to Slovakia. In Slovakia, they have a center working using our technologies. It would be great if we had support from business and the state. It's easy to do. We work with the governors. I sometimes meet the Moscow and the regional governors. We are all across mass media because we want to have new lifestyle in place. We don't want these people to be vulnerable. We want them to be achievers and winners. It's not about nosologists, it's about success and happiness. And the very last slide, this one, in answering your question about funding and of regional centers and regional programs, funding of our new developments. Jointly with Vladimir Potanin Foundation, we created an endowment fund that hopefully provides for our sustainable development, because all these things were created by me and a group of volunteers. So all I'm saying is that social sports, promoting social sports, is something that anyone can do. And the program is a success not because we're so smart. That's because everybody needs it. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Natalia Belogolovtseva, director and founder of the All Russian Program of Comprehensive Personal Rehabilitation, League of Dreams and Ski of Dreams. And thank you very much, Natalia, for demonstrating us the 2 very important examples. First, that you have a group of people of volunteers who can do so many things, who can change attitudes of the society and introduce cool practices, really great practices. And another aspect I'd like to highlight, that despite the success, the team keeps working and develops the project. And it's great that you have slides about sustainable development goals. For corporates, it's extremely important. It's an extremely important marker. It means that corporate responsibility can talk the same language with foundation, with a group of initiative, and it creates additional opportunities for joint initiatives and further cooperation. Thank you. Yes, we have a 1-minute video, very beautiful one. Sure, we're going to demonstrate it. I do remember about your video. I just wanted to compliment Evgeny. Very recently, we had a broadcasting, and Evgeny is a radio host. Evgeny, the guy, the son of Natalia, is a radio host already. And now, to finish Natalia's presentation on the right note, a small video.
Все считают меня особенным, потому что моя жизнь — это сплошные победы. Я побеждаю каждый день. Конечно, бывают хорошие дни, а бывают плохие. Но я продолжаю бороться. Мне это нужно. Но не для того, чтобы быть особенным, а для того, чтобы быть как все. Единственная моя особенность — побеждать.
Thank you very much. A very impressive video, and we do hope the project is going to develop and engage business that has a corporate responsibility and that cares for corporate responsibility. And now I'd like to give the floor to our friend from Mexico. We have with us today a professor from Guanajuato University, Mexico, Daniela Nerve. Good day, Daniel. Once again, thank you for joining us today at our today's event.
Добрый день, Мексика, добрый вечер, Россия. Я очень хотел благодарить фонд Владимира Потанина, тоже Валерия Матвеева, Екатерина Чистякова, Анна Михайлова за
I'd
приглашение.
like to thank
And I will
the Center
continue
for your invitation.
in English my presentation. Today I'm going to be presenting some views about social sport in Mexico. I am a professor of political science and international relations at Universidad de Guanajuato. So my focus will be slightly different from the previous presentation. When we talk about sport in Mexico, sport as a social right, we have two possibilities. On the one hand, we might take the institutional or the legal stance in which during the 21st century, during the present century, sport became a constitutional right. So ever since 2011, Articles 4 and Article 18 of the Mexican Constitution, as well as it happened in several other Latin American countries, integrated sport as a constitutional right. Since 2013, we also have federal law on sport and physical activities. And as you can see, it's not my intention to read the whole slides. There are also some international commitments dating back to 1979 as CEDAW, and some other international conference very specific on people with disabilities and also on the rights of the children. Now, under President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, there is the National Development Plan in which sport takes a central stage within the National Development Plan in order to pacify a country that has been ravaged by violence and narcotics. We also plan to achieve gender balance to recover the indigenous cultural heritage. But there is also, as we all know, that COVID-19 coronavirus, it's creating a lot of problems. Mexico has a mortality rate of close to 10% of those infected. Just to give you an idea, Russia does not reach even 3%, and worldwide is around 4%. So Mexico has a big problem with COVID-19, and a lot of this is tied to overweight, obesity, and so sport becomes something more than a luxury or just something nice to practice. It takes a central role within public health, gender balance, and efforts to pacify the country, which has been altered very importantly during the last neoliberal governments. Sport becomes a dire social necessity. There are some overall patterns in Mexico that are really alarming. 72% of adults, basically 3/4 of our population, are experiencing either overweight or obesity. Less than half the population in Mexico is active, and in general, less than 1/4 meets the World Health Organization standards, which recommend 150 minutes of light activity or 75 minutes of intense activity per week. About a third of our kids, 5 to 11, or over 1/3 of our teens are overweight. This did not used to be the case, but since we signed NAFTA with the United States and Canada, and we start importing a lot of canned and pre-elaborated food, this became a problem in Mexico. If we add sedentarism, societies dominated by screens, you might imagine things have become much worse. However, as a ray of hope, team sports trump individual practice, and sports are only second to religious organizations as the most relevant organizations among Mexican societies. Now, if we look to intra-society imbalances, we can also see a very large active-inactive split, which is greater in urban than in rural areas. The Mexican border with the United States, a very large border, is particularly obese. Women, as everywhere in the world, are far less active than men, whereas 58% of Mexican men consider themselves active, only 42% of women do. And unfortunately and sadly, people with lower school years are far less active than those highly educated. For those with university education, nearly 3/4 of our population are active, but with those that did not reach or did not complete a high school, it's only 42%. Let me try, I cannot switch the plethora of leagues and competitions. The state built powerful infrastructure and maintained it. It was very nice. We had very good infrastructure. There was also some comprehensive sense of welfare for workers, which include food, leisure, and sport. And welfare housing was usually accompanied by sport spaces, swimming pools, basketball courts, football courts, etc. But all that became obsolete, and starting in 1990, IMSS started its dismantlement. We witnessed the end of leagues and competitions, and nowadays all we have left are walks and races for parents and kids during Labor Days or in special national holidays. But there is hardly such a thing as regular sport competitions like we used to hold in the past. There are also, unfortunately, very low budgets, low institutionalization of social sport. And between 1981 and 2000, in the last decade of the 20th century, sport was no longer a right, and fees were introduced. The infrastructure, some stadium that used to belong to the state, they were demolished and they turned into malls. And a lot of the sport activities started being run by large foreign companies. What is the current balance of sport in Mexico? Well, there is on the one side a public role. There is CONADE, which is the National Commission of Sports. And as of 2018, President López Obrador decided that, and this keeps certain similarities to what Natalia was just explaining. For the Russian case, I can see roller skate and I can see skiing. Well, according to our own geographic and historical terms, boxing, baseball, and speed walking, sports in which Mexico has always been a powerhouse, start becoming important for the current Mexican federal government. There is also the intention to promote leagues and to really skyrocket the amount of leagues that we currently have. This is something that I would like to emphasize, large bicycle use in urban and rural areas. Mexico has 6 cities, over 2 million people, and we have the second largest city in the world right after Tokyo, which is Mexico City. What happens in these large Mexican cities is that during Sundays, the city centers, the equivalent of Tverskaya or Arbatskaya or Leninsky Prospect, are totally shut down from 8 o'clock in the morning till 2 o'clock in the evening. And so families can bring their bicycles, their tricycles, their roller skates, and there is massive sport activity for the average citizen. This is something that in Moscow or in St. Petersburg, you may well end up trying, because it has worked very well since 2007. So this has been a specific way of activating massive sport for all in large cities with several million people. Also, President López Obrador mandate starting in 2019 to start with 180 minutes of physical education in all elementaries and high schools. Unfortunately, as a result of COVID-19, this has not been the case, because it's quite difficult to have physical education online. But hopefully, as we go back to schools on August, this might become a reality. And also, government has a strong role in fostering high-performance sports. Now, there is also the private role sector. There is a lot of corporate social responsibility through sport, but unfortunately and paradoxically, this is oftentimes being promoted by mass media of junk food corporations, sometimes known as FEMSA, which you know as Coca-Cola all over the world, Barcel or Bimbo. And most of these activities are based on existing sports, especially football. I don't want to say that football has a monopoly of a social sport, but 85 or 90% of all social sport projects are related to football. So there is very low independence for projects, because a lot of them are monopolized by large transnational companies, and that this really creates some dents. This really creates some problems. And as you can check in the Sport and Dev, the Swiss platform, the Swiss leading platform for sport and development, for development and peace platform, 4 of 7 Mexican organizations in Sport and Dev are .com, which means they are commercial. So I would like to see some more social initiatives in there, rather than companies leading these sport events. Now, this image is important. All these are companies that promote social sport. But starting in 2020, you can see some black hexagons that says excess of sugars, excess of fat, excess of calories. The most that a product can get in Mexico are 4 tags. And as you can see, all of them have between 2 and 4 tags. So it's quite funny that these companies that promote not really healthy eating and drinking habits are very concerned about sport activity in Mexico. So the same, you can see all these are related to football. You know, you see the Bimbo Bear and you see the insurance company. All of them are promoting social sport, but they do it limited to football. What happens with finance, which was also the case in the last slides of the previous presentation? Well, the financial, has there been an evolution or a devolution? We can see that the funds for sports have significantly diminished in the last 10 years, from around $267 million to only $133 million. If you take into consideration that Mexico has roughly 130 million people, you can see that the Mexican federal government is investing roughly $1 per Mexican, which is far from what they invest in Scandinavia. In Sweden, the investment is nearly $25 per person. So we have a long way to catch before making social sport a reality. There are some signature programs, but unfortunately, most of them are tax breaks for high performance, lifelong stipends for medal winners, including Paralympics. So you can get 10, 11, or 13,000 pesos per month if you are a former Olympic medalist. You have some projects that are promoted by Coca-Cola, but you also have some activate yourself programs in school, at work, and massive, as I mentioned, during Sundays. There are also some school and municipal leagues. And fortunately, even within this financial the evolution in the last decade, we can see that in the last 3 years, social sport has been the big winner, increasing its budget from $60 million to $100 million in 2020. So the current government knows that through baseball, boxing, and speed walking, we can promote sport, because those are the sports that really make some sense and contact to people's lives. Whereas high performance budget has increased, but not dramatically. Now, the problem is that these municipal and school leagues are very few. There are only, in average, 2.1 leagues per municipality, and that by far less than 1% of the Mexican population takes part in a league. So it's 1 in 100,000 people. The government is also hiring sport promoters. I'm almost done with this. And there are some indigenous sport events, and some of the sports are promoted internationally, such as the National Football League in the United States. And this is my last slide. This is a proposal for a massive resilient sport. I think we could do much better if we could recognize that there is a need for intersectoral coordination. So the idea is, rather than starting with sport in mind, we should start with health, with youth, with social development, and with gender at the center of the focus, and then understand that sport is only a mean. It's only an instrument to achieve health, to achieve youth welfare, to achieve gender equity. We have to have an updated census and of the quantity and the quality of sport facilities in Mexico. And most important, I think that in a country that is still very macho, very patriarchal, we need to promote all gender and all capability sport. So rather than having a woman and a sport league and a Paralympic league, we should all be playing together. We should create new inclusive sports, and we should start with empowerment and problem solving ends, rather than competitive and private interest as the core of social sport. Thank you very much. Большое спасибо.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you very much for your presentation. Hopefully, just like every other presentation, it will be available and will have an opportunity to make use of what you shared with us for later. Great that you mentioned the topic of equality, including gender equality. A lot of examples like that, and we need to popularize it. For me, it came as a revelation that Bearcat, a pharmaceutical company in this country, in Russia, develops rugby and pays special attention to developing rugby amongst ladies. Although traditionally it's not associated with girls, it's associated with, you know, big muscle mountings of boys, but here girls also find ways to develop, and it's great that business supports this kind of development and addresses attention of sports leagues to this kind of ideas. And it's great that business may become a driver of certain important agendas. Unfortunately, we don't have Stanislav Kasparov today. We plan to have this director for business support in the regions of Sybor's presence, but I'd like to share examples jointly with VTB. Sybor colleagues introduced a basketball ball made of recycled plastic. So it's tying business mission and sports activity. They could have just sponsored the event, but they did it smarter. Yet another project supported by Sybor, it's a rail race Silkway. At all the stops for this race participants, with a particular interval of several hundred kilometers, they have a separate collection of garbage. They could have just sponsored, but they decided to be proactive, and they support very important. They have very important role of promoting environmental protection and create this for our fans, sports fans. And it's great to have with us a sports manager and a sportsman, Ilya Averbrook. Hello, Ilya. Good day. A lot of speakers mentioned today that sportsmen are role models, not just for people around us, not just for their fans, but for the local communities. Have you encountered anything like that? Any initiative that you would like to share? Anything that you would tell about in social networks and then roll out in a region? Good day once again. Not that we had any experience of social networks promoting a social sports activity. I've never had anything like that. It's actually it is great that if people can promote things like that through social networks. The main motivation is anyhow being a role model. So you have to be this role model and to work as this rather than calling for social sports and mass sports, you should really act. I really enjoyed the speakers today, and this is one bright example that rather than waiting till something happens, you should go ahead and act. I'm not sure it's in line with the topic of our today's discussion, but let me give you an example of our school called Heritage. In this school, we managed, and we still manage, to find a golden mean, so to speak, that allows to attract a lot of people into winter sport. This school is in Simferopol. It's going to also open in Stavropol. These are ice skate rings, ice centers, training centers. They are modular. You can assemble it in just 4 months. A full-scale ice center in just 4 months. Obviously, we have to get support from the government, local government. In Simferopol, more than 600 kids got an opportunity to go in for hockey and figure skating free of charge. We have there groups that are going to be professional sportsmen, and those who come twice a week or once a week, they also get an opportunity to have free of charge coach sessions and not paying for the hours on ice. It's not just talking, it's doing, right? It's a specific project. So hopefully they're going to keep growing because it is indeed very important. And in order to make this conversation specific, I would like to answer questions. Yes. We definitely have questions. Anastasia asks, so do you think social sports support, has it already become mainstream for donors and funds, or it's just new territory? Let me rephrase the question here. Sorry, it was a technical glitch. Right. So, from your point of view, has social sport become a mainstream for, or just is still a new territory for business? It's definitely new territory for business. It asks for a lot of ground to be covered. A lot is now being made. A lot is happening by the state structures and media influencers who participate in major sports events, but we still lack support, and there is a lot of field for development. Our conference is devoted to using sport as a means to an end, as a way to solve social problems, like so as people with disabilities can be included and find friends and joy in life. We already mentioned the role of business and non-for-profit organizations in supporting these initiatives. What is the role of professional sportsmen? What professional athletes can do? What is their niche? Our today's conference is quite a complex because what we are discussing is pretty obvious, and nobody would stand down and say that sports is a bad thing, that doing big social projects is a bad thing. And I do believe that everybody understands that it's important, but finding solutions and specific projects is a whole different thing. I loved the presentation of Natalia, that there is a specific project, and you can see that people live through this project, and there are specific steps taken. Engaging athletes is also very important, and the outcome would be there. I'm sure it will help. But most importantly, I think we should create forums and infrastructure. Media persons is just a cherry on the cake. You shouldn't overestimate their role. People go wherever they have conditions to go in for sports. This is the most important thing, and media persons come secondary. Yet another project here related to is the foundation Gift of Life, and other initiatives such as the Flag of Kindness. How did you come into these initiatives? Because it's quite obvious that oftentimes media influencers get a lot of invitations to this foundation. So how do you build trust, and how you pick a non-for-profit organization to support? First and foremost, for me, it is extremely important that it's all about specific actions. This foundation called Under the Flag of Kindness, it has a vast history. It is more than 20 years. Natalia Davidova invests her internal resources and energy into it. What I really love is that apart from attracting everybody's attention, these are football teams consisting of media people. You always have very specific certificates provided to specific kids for their treatment. So children get certificates for treatment. I keep highlighting the word specific because you rightly mentioned that yes, indeed, there are a lot of addresses in social media, and I think it doesn't play to the benefit of charitable sector. People get whenever you open any social network, you get tons and tons of stories about all kinds of tragic situations, and some of them are very true and others not so true. So a filtering would have helped charity, because the plethora of charitable foundations leads to the situation when people question the opportunity of participating in this participating in their programs. So I think it should be regulated. I think the regulator should regulate and pick the foundations rather than spreading it across smallish funds. I think this is a big mistake. According to Forbes magazine, 72% of sports fans are sure that athletes have a unique point of view of social problems and impact of the society. So do you think it's true about Russian athletes as well? Probably some examples of social activity of athletes so that we see it as a best practice. Well, there are a lot of famous athletes who promote their foundations. I know that top athletes do participate in programs like that. I think it's more important, rather than promoting the famous athlete, it's important to promote the special things done, you know, specific things done. A lot of sportsmen are participating in this project without staying far away from the spotlight. For example, building a sports ground in their city where they were born. Athletes love being very specific, and they love targeted help, targeted assistance, and this plays a very important role. But once again, let me tell you that it is important to regulate this whole process. And one other brief question: we know you participated in a match to say thanks to the doctors who contributed to combating the coronavirus pandemic. Could you please tell us a few words about this match, how you supported the doctors who combated the pandemic? Indeed, I participate in multiple charitable actions, and this is not an exclusion. I think it's important emotionally. The match you're referring to is really very important. It was a climax for our country where the disease rate was pretty high, infections rate was pretty high, and our doctors were on the forefront. And this was Match for Kindness within the framework of our program under the flag of kindness, where a team of doctors and those involved in saving lives, and they keep saving lives, they met famous people. Speaking of sports component, the doctors was so professional. They actually won us. Oh, really? Yes, they did. Turned out that the doctors' teams are very, very strong. Well, we were not there for result. We were there for the emotional exchange and the words of gratitude. Thank you, Ilya Averbuch, prominent figure skater, silver medalist of Salt Lake City Olympic Games. We're closing the official part of this conference. We have a couple of questions for our speakers. We have a question from a team of children's and youth team. So the organizers have in store for us a slot, 15-minute slots where you can discuss with each of the speakers. Was Natalia Belogolovtseva, director and founder of the Old Russia Program of Comprehensive Personal Rehabilitation, and Professor Daniel Anorva from Mexico, professor of Guanajuato University. So please pick a speaker to talk to. You'll have a moderator, and you'll have an opportunity to ask your questions directly to the interested speakers. Let me use this opportunity to thank all the speakers and organizers of our today's dialogue. If we join our efforts, we definitely do a lot. We can do a lot if we attract the athletes, the fans, and sports officials to make the streets free for bicycles. You don't need much money, right? You just need an effort. You just need a decision and the motivational practice that we got in the course of our session today. Unfortunately, the session is over. My name is Vadim Kovalov. I keep talking to our speakers in Zoom rooms. Stay safe. All the best. Keep writing to our chats, and you're going to get answers to your questions and links to the presentations. Thank you. Best of luck. Stay safe and keep wearing masks.